Hello, happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome back. Our project for today is the same project that we have had for a couple of days, which is this. Getting our auto mall continuing to be up and running, and getting the things that we need made in here. Why do we have two factories making the same thing? That's not supposed to happen. Did I accidentally give them the same ID? No. I don't know how that happened, and I don't like it. I cleared the latch here, which hopefully will, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's relatching the same thing. I'm not sure how that happened. That may have been an issue with, like... I noticed partway through building these that I had to be careful when I'm pasting these modules in and only, like, actually connect them once they are fully built, because when the combinators go in funny orders, sometimes weird stuff happens. So I wonder if it's related to that. Anyway, doesn't matter. This system is... Oh, it's making automated factories because it's trying to fulfill my request for automated factories. Excellent. And of course, all of these are happening. I just have a buffer chest that requests storage chests, and that's what lets this whole thing get itself going. I do actually need, though... Where are these guys? I just noticed these top ones are out of the Logi range. There we go. So yeah, this is working at this point. It's not completely perfect, but it is getting a lot of things done. We can see that the bots... Yeah, they're trying. They're requesting all the stuff that this needs. So at this point, I think we are ready to tear down the old mall. That's the next step. That's why I built these huge storage chest clusters, because as we start to disassemble everything here, it's all going to end up in storage over here, and that's going to be significant. But I think what we can do... Passive provider, buffer... I need an active... Is that yellow? No, that's storage. Requester, passive provider, buffer... Active provider's purple. Okay, there we go. What I want to do is I want to drop down a station here. And... This station is actually not going to be in the CyberSyn network. Train is going to run on its own. And we're going to call this new mall deposit. With an active provider. And then at the old base... And this is really stupid, but it's going to work, and that's what matters. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. The plan basically that I have is to set up a storage chest at rails up here and a train that just runs with like a wait for 30 seconds of inactivity schedule or something like that. And then as I tear down... Yeah, so like right here, we can put in... What is this? This is just a little bit of sand. What is this? This is silver. Okay, any of these would work as a replacement. I'm going to use this one. We're going to put sand in first, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Where does the sand even come from? What is this? Oh, this is just dead. Okay, this hasn't been doing anything forever. Cool. Yeah, this station is... That was probably when we were still doing niobium processing locally here before I switched it on rails. Either way, it's fine. Let me get a locomotive. Two of them. Why not? I'll put two on the same schedule. And this end... We're going to call this one Mall Migration. And this is Old Mall. And what did I call the new one? I already forgot what I called this station. New Mall. All right. So, Old Mall. Wait until inactivity for like, I don't know, 30 seconds. And then we go to New Mall. And we wait until empty cargo. And then we'll add an interrupt. Conditions. Fuel is less than... What's coal stack to? Stacks to 50? I don't know, less than half a stack. Add interrupt station. Go to a depot. And wait until full fuel. That should do the trick. So now, let me find some coal. That's all raw coal. There's going to be a lot of stuff that ends up in the new storage down there, and part of my plan is to figure out how to dispatch that back into the mall. Like stone, raw coal, things like this that end up in my inventory all the time. Logs are the same. Those probably need to get, yeah, I mean, look at how much coal is in here. That's all going to need to get sent from New Mall back into the base when I enter the Logi region. Let's see. If I just add a little bit of... Why can I not... There we go. That should be enough fuel for it to get itself to a refueling station. I want to actually see that my, like, activity is working. Oh, and it immediately goes to depot. Perfect. I'm just gonna watch this train run. I'm so used to relying on Cybersyn here. And unfortunately, okay, this depot was full, so it got sent all the way down to this depot, which is not ideal. But that's okay. They're not that far apart. What should happen, though, is as I ramp up the new mall and as we get... What's going on? Why do we have this 6,000 seconds of an... Where did that come from? Oh, did Cybersyn do that? Because Cybersyn sees that it's a schedule that goes to the depot? Did Cybersyn, like, claim this schedule from me? I guess it wouldn't surprise me if Cybersyn did that. Alright, I'm gonna have to watch this carefully then. Anyway, it's gonna come back around here. It's gonna wait for 30 seconds. Which is probably longer than it needs to wait for. Honestly. Then it's going to go drop off. My only concern is that I might not actually be able to... I'm going to remove this refuel. Let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Instead of doing a refuel interrupt, we're just gonna drop coal into the station here. Like this, like that, like this, like that. All right. That should do the trick. So now, I think the first thing to start disassembling is the old storage. Because otherwise, when I take stuff apart, the bots down here are just going to be putting stuff into... I forgot to turn off my personal RoboPort. All right, what can I get rid of? These guys, these guys. All right, this time, my personal RoboPort is disabled. So it'll all, or should all, get brought to the storage up there. Same with this one. We want everything to get brought to the storage up there. And this is going to start spitting out construction robots because we don't actually have that many construction robots down here. But yeah, everything should end up in this, because this should be like the only available storage chest. And all the random crap is going to end up in this train. And then once there's no longer anything coming in that this train has slots for, it will dispatch. All right, so that's how we're cleaning out this whole place. And that also basically goes for this. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. But I think we could do it. So now everything that we're kind of pulling out here should end up here. Any place that we have an input, I kind of need to decide if we are ready to disconnect that input yet. We're bringing a bunch of stuff like here. This, I think we can disconnect and send all of this away. Same with this. And then everything's going to end up in here, which will eventually mean that it ends up pulled up into all of the storage up here. Some things will end up in other buffers where they're set up as storage, right? Like logs should get put into here when they get sent into this system. Stone should end up in here. And yeah, this system is just going to keep on keeping on. Random things here like this can get taken down. Probably these guys. These definitely we don't need anymore. These we don't need anymore. This we don't need anymore. Oh, see, and I already did something wrong. There we go. Yep, that's exactly what we want to see. The bots are just slowly pulling everything out of this storage and pushing it into the rails. And it's going to take a while, and there's a lot for the bots to do over here. Obviously, there's a lot more that we could be tearing down here as well. But the primary thing I wanted to do was have this stop bringing in like the more expensive items, because we're definitely going to want those to end up in the other mall. Red chips, advanced mechanical parts, advanced small parts, all of that. And then also the, everything here, right? All the buildings that we've already crafted, we want those to end up in storage at the new mall, so that when I go in asking for things, it'll start pulling from those. All right. Yeah, this can get a little bit slow when it gets backed up on random things, but that's okay. This doesn't have to be fast. This just has to be... It just has to happen over the course of time. The other part of this mall down here, the Belt Mall, I don't think I'm ready to disassemble yet. I probably want to set up some equivalent of like this. Yeah, there's random Logibots everywhere. And I could try to collect some Logibots and bring them over to the other side, because I think mostly we only need construction bots on this side now. So if I start grabbing Logibots out of Roboports, and probably say no longer do we want to build Logibots on this side of the world. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can find another 25, and we'll call it 400. I could get up to 500. Why not get up to 500? All right, we'll bring 500 Logibots over. 600 Logibots over to the new system, and that should help it move a little more quickly. And then on this side, it should auto-craft construction bots, so it's going to make a bunch of them, because there's a lot more than there's a lot of tasks, and we don't have that many bots. I might set a cap, try to tell it to make no more than like 600 of them or something, but Nope. Ooh, almost put my quick start bots in there. I'm trying to keep the quick start bots out of the base Logi networks and only use them for my own hand construction. But there we go. That should help with well, with this whole thing working. Good, and it does look like logs are ending up in the log requester. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Small parts and circuit boards are going to end up in storage because I put those ones in a shared red chest instead of in yellow chests. So that's just the way that's going to be. But those should get consumed relatively quickly, and we're also not putting huge amounts of those, I don't think, into storage. It's really just the stuff that's coming out of the blue chests on the other side of the world. You know, stuff like stone and logs, I'm kind of constantly dumping out of my inventory. That's why I want them to be automatically brought back to sort of more centralized storage. A lot of this stuff, plates, etc., has its own dedicated storage. Any plates that are bringing in that don't have their own dedicated storage are going to end up in here for now. Which is fine. We can move it as we need to. And, yeah, I'm reasonably confident things are working here. Yeah. And for a little while, we had enough steel chests. We probably brought some steel chests in from the other mall or something. So this turned off making steel chests, and then once this burned through them, this one turned on again. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We have lots of Logibots over here. I think we're working. You know, there's the question of, like, what do we need to potentially authorize? You know, we're gonna have to keep allow listing things, adding things to this combinator. The allow list of stuff that can be built by the automall. And obviously there's a bunch more that we need to add down here. Like, we still need to do red inserters, blue inserters, orange inserters. I want to get red belts going. We don't have those yet. And all of those are going to be made off of the bus portion of the mall, not up here, because all of those are things that are made in large quantities, and anything that's made in large quantities, it's just easier to have it running off the bus, and keeping stockpiled, right? What else can I dump out of my inventory? I don't really need to keep any of these, like, warehouses and things in here, do I? Although I guess those are in my normal requests. Don't need the lamps, extra combinators, extra signals, extra combinators. Steam engines. All right. I think we're pretty well... Extra valves. I think we're pretty well organized in the inventory front. I mean, there's some extra stuff sitting in here. Let the bots get it out and into storage, but by and large, that's looking okay. How is the disassembly going over here? It's going. Yeah, stuff is slowly but surely being taken apart over here. I think the big thing is going to be the, like, the robo ports and getting those cleaned up afterwards. Making sure that we... And maybe the thing to do is to make a deconstruction planner that does, like, everything except for robo ports and power poles. And then I could just, like... erase the entire old base. We're not quite to erase the entire old base territory. We're dangerously close to it, though. You know, again, I want to get the Logi storage migrated over. I want to get what's in the mall migrated over, and that's going to take a while as well. And then we probably do want to start thinking about tearing down this portion of the world. But maybe that's a thing that I want to do manually. You know, turn my roboports back on and go start disassembling things. I'm not really sure. Or maybe I do just want to get a bunch of roboports and fill in the gaps for one thing. And then again, I could just take a deconstruction planner that's like everything except power poles and roboports and just erase the entire center of the base. There's a bunch of stuff down here that isn't really covered by where the construction bots here would do it. But that's okay. What's this? Not enough logistic network space. Yeah, that's expected. As soon as this train does its thing, they should be able to drop stuff off, and then it won't be a problem anymore. Yep, there we go. And then the train is off. Okay, yep, that's going to take a long time for that to fully figure itself out, but... And then down at this end, it looks like we're keeping up with emptying this. That doesn't really surprise me. So I think that's good. We could maybe add more charging stations along the route from this output up to here, because I do see the bots. The bots are fanning out a little bit to get to all these roboports over here. And that is slowing them down. But also, I don't know if it matters. It does seem like we need more Logibots down here. No, there's like 1,500 available. There are free bots. I was just looking at this sitting empty. Wondering if we actually had enough Logibots around, but maybe we need more charging capacity around storage and over here at the mall area. I wonder if just throwing like another charging port next to each of these would help with sort of throughput. You know, in theory, a lot of what goes to these machines should be coming from storage, right? So we should see a lot of that. But some things are going to come from down here, right? We're going to be pulling circuits and small parts. We're going to be pulling other things. Yeah, look at that. Look at all those guys giving up right there. I think that needs some, here. Let's grab a stack of charging ports. Thank you. Well, we got 9 of them. But let's find where we can put some of these. Oh, my personal roboport was disabled. Yeah, charging port right across the tracks from the roboport, right there. All right, that might help a little bit. We could probably still use even more charging ports on the sort of main route back and forth, but that'll help a little bit with keeping the bots going up and down this route. And I'm also going to throw some extra charging ports up here. Yeah, they're already using those. That's a good sign. Some of them still have to go a little further away. Yeah, you could see these bots here got down to here and then gave up. And now more of them can go to the charging ports instead of having to go all the way over to these other... Oof. But we could definitely use more charging capacity along the system there. Did charging ports end up being... Are charging ports in the allow list? No. Put charging ports in the allow list. Yep, and here we go. Something immediately claims them. This is pulling stuff out of storage. I'm not sure if I'm bringing in intermetallics yet. I am. Okay, good. All right, few more charging ports. Let's do 2 more there. And I guess 2 more here. Uh-oh. I accidentally deleted some power. Let's see. That's in construction range, so the bots should be able to put that in place eventually and reconnect that gap. They don't need me for that, though. Are we not doing copper plate? Am I an idiot? Oh, we don't have copper plate. Oops. All right, that's an easy fix. Copper plate. And where is copper? That was wrong. Wait, really? I do? Oh, look at that. If you're holding Control-Shift and you drag over a perpendicular belt, it will do exactly the opposite of what I wanted it to do. It sort of makes sense, I guess, but... All right, I also think that I want to add one of the mods, and I did a little bit of research on them, and I came to no conclusions, but like... I do want to add one of the mods that gives me access, or that puts RoboPort requests automatically into the system. Because right now what I end up having to do is like grab a buffer chest for my construction projects, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to save the game. And I am going to we're going to go into mods. Ooh, bunch of Pi updates. I have not checked my mod updates in a while. Construction request. This might be easier on the web instead of in the game UI. Let's see, Factorio, construction, logistics, requests, mod. Let me see if I can find... I found a few of them. Yeah. Let's see, there is Ghost Scanner, there is Ghost Combinator. One of those is probably the one that I was looking at before. Um... Ba 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 ba. Yeah, let's try this one. If anyone knows of one that they can confirm is, like, good, let me know. But we will try that this one. And redo my game capture because the game restarted. Let's see what we get. I want a ghost scanner. Okay, it's just copper and circuit boards because it's not updated for the... Oh! And I also need some circuit boards. There we go. So now we should be able to make that. If we bring it up to the Logi Brain, it shows everything that is currently being requested. Okay. And we feed it in. There we go. So now I can get rid of this stuff from my Logi that I don't need. And I can get rid of this buffer chest. Why is this not latching? Uh-oh. What is happening here? All right, so we're getting the 1,000 output here. And then every once in a while that outputs here. Correct. And then this should read the requests, and we should end up with... Ah! Ha 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 ha. Okay. So we need one of these at every build. Got it. Got it. What's happening is we read the logistics network requests to figure out how many of our latched item we still need. But in this case, we're actually pulling it from the construction requests. So we need a construction scanner as part of each chunk. Makes sense to me. So let's just make a few more of those, and we will add them to each segment, and then we should be good to go. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock, so we'll let Twitch run that ad. When we come back, we'll figure out what else is broken. I will see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. All right. I noticed during the break that we have a lot of bots here that can't manage to store their stuff in this chest. And that's fine. Like, we expected that to be part of this process, is that this would just be full of random junk. And the train has to come through and run before it can do the next one. But that does mean that we have enough construction bots, right? We couldn't tear this down any faster with more bots because we're limited by the train outputting everything. So what I did is I went ahead and I marked construction bot assembler for disassembly. Obviously, all of this still has to get torn down at some point, and that's going to be a significant project. But for now, something maybe I could do that I haven't really thought about. Don't we have construction range extenders in theory? Let me request a stack of those. Oh, I need to put them in the allow list. This, having to add everything I want to the allow list is going to get less troublesome over time, right? As more and more of the things that we want to make are actually already in the allow list. It'll just be like, oh, we have a new building to make. Let's add it to the allow list. Takes a while to fill in all that data for all of the buildings that we already have access to, right? That's just going to happen. What I want to see is maybe the thing to do is I can add construction extenders instead of full logi coverage all the way out, which would be very, I think, bad because logibots are not that fast. Maybe I can add construction range extenders, and then basically my thought process is to mark all of the roboports here for deconstruction, and then add construction range extenders and chargers to connect the systems. And that way we have construction coverage where we need it, even if we don't have. So what do these do? Yep, it's just a big square of construction range. What I don't totally... Okay. So I can do that. Although it doesn't list them as... Okay, they do have to be... within range here. And then they can have robots assigned to them. Which is just like normal, I guess. No, they don't have robots in them. They don't store bots. Okay. Do they charge? Here, does this actually have this information? Is it in here somewhere? Fluids, tailings pond, farming caravans, mounts, vaporains. I don't see robots. I could be missing it. I don't see it. My real question is, do they charge? Are they also charging stations? Max consumption 2.7 megawatts. Main consumption 350 kilowatts. Max consumption 5 megawatts for a robo port. 3.1 megawatts for a charging port. So it seems like maybe yes, they do charge. Yeah. They have a big internal buffer, just like, okay. So perhaps that's the thing to do then, is get get construction range extenders hooked up all the way over to the old base. And once we cover the old base in construction range extenders, we can, we no longer need this system to disassemble things, and the construction bots can do what they want to do more reasonably. I should set up, actually, here, let me just pick an arbitrary roboport and drop down a couple of requester chests. I guess just one. And any... There we go. Any bots that end up in storage will get pushed to this, to this chest and then get put into the network. All right, so they do build, I was going to say fine, but is the next one that wants to be built actually in range, though? No. Okay. Not by a lot. Okay. So yeah, the way the construction range on these guys works, they are not even close to being in range, which means I would want to have a bunch of them in my inventory and drop them out by hand. Which, like, sure. Also, I did not realize that there was some of this that I still hadn't finished putting together. Not that it should matter, but... yeah, and then my bots can go ahead and do that. And then these should pretty much just tile. And they do. And that's such a long way to do additional. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, I don't love the thought of doing that, honestly. I think I'm going to stick to the original thought process for all of this, which is just let the bots tear down the, like, mall area first, and then afterwards we'll figure out what we want to take apart from the rest of this stuff. Because I really, really don't want to be trying to extend logistics and construction all the way across the whole base right now. With such a spread out base design, and especially with just Mark 1 everything. You know, the Pi bots cannot, well, and my bots are doing it because I'm in construction range, but like, you don't get the nice feature of the base game where the RoboPort connection range is like just on the edge of the construction range so that they can like build each other and leapfrog. Like, maybe you could with a construction extender. Like... I do that. And then I put a construction extender. The answer is just barely, but because the construction extender has to be... like offset in one direction or another. I guess you would do it like that. But this one's not in range. So then you'd have to do one there. Like, if I could just paste a grid of bot stations all the way across to here, it would be one thing, but I cannot easily do so. When did we get RoboPort 2s, by the way? Oh, it is in Blue Science, and it's actually not that far away. Supply area 100 by 100, construction area 120 by 120. as opposed to supply 60 by 60, construction 80 by 80. Logistics connection distance on these ones is 60. I have no idea if the second gen ones... I mean, certainly if we were to upgrade these in place at the same distance from each other, they would be able to... And, like, I could just build them closer together, right? We could build them, like, here. And then they would be in each other's construction ranges. But that is, Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My garbage train is out of fuel. Did we run out of... All right, we ran out of coal. Fortunately, we should still have lots of raw coal in storage. Yeah. Let's get some... anything that's a fuel. Let's turn off our always trash so the bots don't immediately take it away from me again. And let's go get that train refueled, and then hopefully it can run off of raw coal for a while. What I should probably do is instead of having a requester chest here, I'm not in the right place. We want to go further west. Instead of having a requester chest for the fuel, we're going to make that a storage chest. Oh god, and we're going to logistics filter it to raw coal. And the bots are going to keep bringing crap in, because it's going to take them a while. You know what? Here. The bots should stop bringing anything that's not raw coal to this after a little while. Because it does have the logistics filter set. They're just... Oh no! Turn off my personal roboport. Alright, let's head back to the other Logi area so I can empty my trash, because I just got a bunch of it. I need to be really careful going through there with my personal roboport, because my guys will just go wild. All right. I think that's everything for the trash slots. Let's, oh, that still hasn't gotten built. And it hasn't gotten built because we need labs to be in the allow list. There we go. That should be a quick one. Shouldn't take long for the bots to figure that out. Something I should probably do is subtract the output of... Yeah, let's do that. Let me get a arithmetic combinator right here. And then if we take... This is on set recipe. Okay, I need a diode here for one thing. Do I have a diode somewhere right now? I don't think I... Is this a diode? Yeah, this is a diode. Yep, I need another diode here. And then to here. No, not to there. To here. So we're also going to read contents, including crafting. Take everything on red. One of these was already a diode. This one. No, because this isn't a diode. Sorry, this one is an inverter. For each item on red, multiply by -1. Output each. And then that gets merged here. And what that should do is now anything that is... we won't request anything that's already in crafting. Because previously, anything that we were... While the building was being crafted, we would still be requesting an extra copy of those prerequisites parts. Now we don't request the extra copy. Assuming that this combinator logic is correct. And like, yeah, so we diode through here so we don't feed this back into this signal chain. And then we also diode out here. Okay. And then we take the red side of this, which is going to be just the read contents from here. We invert that, and we add that to the same network here. That's the set requests network. Yeah, I think we did that right. And the bots here are very quiet. So let's get niobium pipes allowed for ourselves. One, I don't need this many of them in my inventory. Do we want to just... For now, I'll put them on here. If it turns out that we end up needing, like, a lot of them, we'll add them to the other system. But, like, the reality is that we're probably fine. Oh, I haven't had research going in, like, forever. That's important. What even do we want as far as research? I guess we want logistics too. We want... What do we want? I guess we want to work towards, like, we still have various, upgrades that we want to do where things are slow around the base. Lab research speed, I don't care that much about. Maybe we should work towards Silicon 2. That's a reasonable goal. Oh, I know what we need. Oh, we have desulfurization. We got that done. I just need to do something with it. What does my to-do list say? Drilling fluid 2, aromatics to lube. Oh yeah, we're way deep in the weeds from what we were doing there. Maybe we do just need to start working on stuff so that we have demands coming into the system. And then as we have demand in the system, we can see what else we need to change about all of this to keep it running smoothly. All right, I want to save this. Here, let's make a new blueprint book. Let's grab old crafting module. We're still tweaking the new one, so I'm actually going to rename that. I do want to see if I can get the more complex design working at some point, so... no, that's not what I need to do. Can't I... Isn't there a place to put blueprints that's, like, outside of the individual save file? Am I an idiot? I thought that was a thing, and I can't find it in the UI. Blueprint library. There we go. Game brute blueprints. Throw it in there. That's what I want. Cool. Let's figure out then. Let's just start working on a project and we'll figure out what we actually need as we go. So, first things first, let's clear. I do still need to finish trolling fluid 2 at some point. But I think most of the rest of this can go. And if we search for lubricant in desired products and ingredients, there we go. Mech parts 2, electric engine units, Cermet. Our total demand for lubricant is a lot. 206.5, and it's all from Cermet. Okay, do we get a better Cermet recipe? That's a thing that we can check. No, never. All right, so we need like 200 and some odd lubricant a second. Our current lubricant is based on fish oil, and it's 10 a second. So and I don't know if we actually make enough fish oil for it to work at 10 a second, so even that is questionable. All right, that's easy. 10 desulfurization units. So now we get to actually see the power of this design. So if I do shopping list, export to blueprint, requester chest, and we come in here, and I say, import that requester chest blueprint. And I'm going to have to decide, like, where I want to do this so that it's convenient for me to, like, pick up the results. Right. I still need to request roboports because the bots don't have actual construction range down there. But if I get coverage sort of all the way down to the sort of frontier, you know what? Let's not do down here. I'm just trying to pick a spot that's going to be convenient for me to, like, run past the system. So, like, I drop down this shopping list and it'll get built and then it will be populated. And then we have to add the desulfurization unit to the allow list and whatever its dependencies are. Which I could do from the map view instead of walking up here, but that's fine. So, desulfurization unit, which is not going to get assigned until this actually gets built. Oh, that's funny. The very edge of this is in construction range, so the bots found some random asphalt in storage and put it in place. That is decidedly unhelpful, but cool, I guess. There we go. This guy's got the chest. And once this gets built, its request will go on the network. Yay. So we should see that one of these guys managed to latch desulfurization units. And then those need chemical plants, which are not in the list. And those need DDCs. Here's a question. Are chemical plants worth making? Nah, I think chemical plants we don't have to make. DDCs are used in a lot of stuff. So DDCs, I think we want to make off the belt system and have sort of regular access to them. All right, what ingredients are we bringing in? We need to bring in pipes, small parts, 2 kinds of plates, bunch of stuff. And, ooh. Actually, that's slightly annoying. Here, pull it back one more. All right, small parts and pipes. And actually, they use a lot of pipes, so... Steam engines, air core inductors, copper plates, and iron plates. All right. Steam engines are here. So we'll take steam engines just like up and over. Sorry, had to mute to sneeze there for a second. Air core inductors. I'm not sure if we're bringing those in yet. Copper plates, iron plates. Iron plates are easy. Iron plates. This will be copper plates, which will come from... Why isn't this running? Oh, I never hooked up hot air. And the output of that is going to be the same as all the other ones. Take stacks. There's copper. Not quite. There's copper. So all that leaves is air core inductors, and I guess we just bring those in from... Do we just bring those in from... Because here's the deal. Like... Do we just use this crummy recipe now that we have casting 2 and we can make sticks super cheap? Like, right? Because there is an iron stick recipe from casting, isn't there? Yeah. Is it time to stop using ceramic core inductors and go back to iron core? That would be funny. No, I think we just bring them in. I think we just bring them in on rails. They just come into one of our other random provider stations, and we'll get... it's air-core for these ones. All right, that'll bring inductors in. No, it won't. And of course, the train has already been dispatched. We'll deal with that in a second. I need to be able to get them onto the mall. And none of these stations really have the space to do that, right? Because we're already outputting full belts like here. So I think what that means is we want another station like down here. All right, that'll request inductors. And we'll also make them available, because it will also be a provider chest. They will be available to the bot mall as well as the belt mall, but they will primarily be sent up here. Oh, really? Apparently, I already made this discovery once. All right, so that'll pull air core inductors up here, which are the last thing that needs to go. This probably wants more copper. Yeah, let's give it more space for copper in. And then the air core inductors there. That should do what I want it to do, question mark, maybe? I don't know. Should be enough. Should be enough input for the whole thing. Is that all that laboratories are missing? And glass. Glass is something else that we can bring in from rails. The question is glass something that we're going to want to put into the belt feed or not? I'm not really sure. I guess we can always move it, right? I can bring in glass for bots only and then change it later. That is an option. So let's do that. Glass. Bring in glass. What is this train doing? It's trying to make a delivery to there. It is full of air core inductors. That is what I thought. So this is going to be the process for all of our new builds for a while. It's going to be like drop down the requester chest for the shopping list for that build, and then start seeing what we can and can't actually manufacture. And as we run into issues, we need to just keep building out, figuring out which things are worth building down here. You know, in bulk, which I think that needs to be, this number needs to be like 600, doesn't it? Not thousands, because they only stack to like 10. Yes. Figure out what's worth building in bulk, what's worth not building in bulk, make sure that we have enough manufacturing capacity up here. If we need to expand this with more modules, we can do that relatively easily. It seems like it has been working, so I'm reasonably confident that we can expand it with more modules. See, that says it wants 200 iron. This is requesting 140, which means we must have like 60 in here. We do have 60 in here. Cool. That is working correctly, that modification. So I think these are all correct at this point. We just have to, again, drop down a few more clones of the modules. I don't know how many I'm really going to need long term. 5 of them can probably do quite a bit. And let's see, let's get the inductors out of here and down into here, where we're going to be requesting lots of inductors for a while, because this belt needs to get stacked full of them. And that is going to take a while, because it's a long belt. I don't know how much extra capacity for inductors we have. It's possible that I'm going to want to expand the inductors build a little bit. It's also possible, looking at this only needs 3 inductors a second. Like, maybe the thing to do is to not put inductors on rails or on the belts at all. I mean, what are they used in? They're used in a bunch of stuff. They're used in like 30 different builds, but which of those things need to be in our... Yeah, fluid mining drills use a bunch of them, and fluid mining drills are something that are going to end up in this section, I think. I think they're used in a bunch of builds. Yeah. Glassworks, no. Soil extractors are a pretty common ingredient. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's fine having air core inductors here. We're going to use them in enough different things. At the very least, we're going to have these guys, we're going to have fluid mining drills, and we're going to have soil extractors that we're going to want to put on the belt portion of the mall over the course of time. So I think that is fine. All right. Twitch wants to run another ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. So I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water while the ad runs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs. Take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we come back, hopefully the mall will have had time to catch up a little bit, and we'll see if we can go do this aromatics to lubricant build that we've wanted to do for the past month. All right, I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break, everybody. I was watching this try to run. Why isn't this running? It doesn't have... Why doesn't... Oh. There we go. Now this will run. And those should end up here with these guys. We're making copper plates, right? Yes. Perfect. And then we're bringing in circuits, we're bringing in metallics, we're bringing in small parts, we make pipes, we're bringing in glass. So we have everything we need for this to run. Yeah, and even with this many blue inserters, we're still struggling to get all the parts in as quickly as these machines can run, but that's okay. And then those get built and get immediately brought over to this thing that's running. And... Ooh! I don't think we're making titanium yet. We're not. Okay, let's get titanium going. Because we do have molten titanium on the base, so I had planned to put tin here, but we still haven't needed tin plates. So we're going to say titanium instead. And then I had reserved this spot here for us to drop another station down and get another batch of fluid tanks for additional metals, because I knew we would run out of spaces for them. Titanium and titanium. And that'll be titanium on the bottom there once we get our first delivery of molten. And I think that's it. And then this is as much as we can fit at this station. So we will... I should hold on to the roboports, actually. Nope, look at that. We got niobium pipes scheduled. We are out of niobium plate. We don't have molten niobium at the moment. And I don't know when we get it. If we get it, is molten niobium even a thing? No. Okay. So niobium plates we just bring in normally as a normal request. And those will be available. I may end up wanting to move niobium pipes to the Belt Mall, or maybe to a bot-fed dedicated assembler. That's always an option too, right? We can split the difference between this and go back to doing a little bit of this for certain things, where we want something to run continuously but don't really care about where, but don't need it to have the throughput that we need for these. But the other way, if we want something to run a lot and don't need the throughput, is we can always just put down a buffer chest and request the item in the buffer chest. And that will cause the system to run enough machines to keep it populated. In the meantime, it looks like our... Are you the last one? You're the last one. Working its way all the way down here. Slow Logibots. Yes, alright. So this is great. And this is proving out the way I want this system to work, which is that I can grab the YAFC blueprint of the requester chest and drop it down for a build. And then when this chest is done and it has all of its requests, and I'm like, cool, let's go do this build now. And literally that's what we're going to do. Let's go do this build now. Do I even want to keep the old lubricant build, or do I just want to replace it entirely with this one? That's a question that I hadn't really contemplated an answer to. Because, like, we can replace the fish oil request with the aromatics request. This, what is currently an ash input, could be made into a sulfur output easily. I don't think there's a lot of reason to keep this around. No. And if there's no reason to keep that around, let's do this build a little bit bigger. We don't necessarily need to double it, but, like, how big are desulfurization units? That's a question. Oh, they're tiny. Yeah, okay. So let's do, like... Let's just do 12 of them then, instead of 10. So we'll request 2 more, and I should be able to just get into Logi range, and the bots should figure out that they need to make 2 more, and by the bots, I mean this system. Yes, and then 2 of these get requested, and then, well, these are made automatically, so that's fine. While we're waiting... we can delete the ore. Keep things a little bit cleaner. Yeah, do we have titanium plate? Yes, that has started happening. Good. I think we've got most of the basic metals running here at this point. Notably absent is tin and maybe just tin. And so far, I haven't needed much in the way of tin. I don't think any of the things that we're currently making in this mall need tin. What are the other inputs as far as requests go? We're requesting power poles, medium and large. We're requesting a couple of inserter types. We're requesting a rail station. All right. I think rails themselves, we are going to want to put on... This is much more steel and solder efficient. Needs refined concrete, which I'm not making. And it needs bolts, which I'm not currently making, but are easy to make. And it doesn't need treated wood. So I think we want to set up refined concrete somewhere, and then we'll use this rail 2 recipe. I say I don't think I'm making bolts. I might be making bolts. I'm not making bolts. Okay. But yeah, getting bolts down here is easy enough. And then again, refined concrete would have to come from somewhere. We might just want to make a refined concrete like build separately rather than trying to do it in the mall anywhere. Concrete, iron stick, steel plate, water. And then concrete. We have this cellulose concrete recipe. I'm not sure that's a worthwhile endeavor, because the normal one is fine. Yeah, it's copper plate is our limiting factor here, and that is not a surprise. All right, let's go do our desulfurization build, because that's going to unblock, hopefully, electronics for the foreseeable future, although we may find out that it causes problems for us as far as, like, aromatics availability for other things. That would not surprise me in the slightest if it turns out that we just don't have the aromatics to do this. But that's a problem for future, Brandon. And hopefully what we'll see as we get more of these bottlenecks fixed, we should see things turning on more often. I should really have research running. Let's do heavy oil processing 2. Let's do... Oh, we should do Logi 2. I should do Logi 2 first. We'll want mining machines stage 3. We'll want diamond mining, silicon stage 2. Okay. That's a fine set of things to push for, because silicon stage 2 is going to be a big improvement over silicon stage 1. It's time to redo lubricant. You no longer request fish oil. You request aromatics. Actually, this whole station can go. Because this is going to be changed to a pickup station, because we're going to have a sulfur byproduct that we need to get rid of. This is a bunch of random crap. I'm going to try to take some of it with me, but I don't think I'm going to be able to take all of it right away. We do everything but the coal. Okay. Ew. Why are the input and the output on the same side? Pyanodons, why are you like this? And 0.2 per second, so 4, 5, 6. Run a belt. Other side. Times 0.2 is like 2 a second. Okay, well then it's not 0.2. It's being rounded. 1 blue inserter is plenty of output there, though. And then here... All right, that's it. Lubricant. That was easy. Again, I would not be surprised if we started rapidly running out of aromatics. Just because I suspect that we are not... We're still not doing a ton of petroleum processing is really the thing. So, like, yes, we have whatever this is doing. Olefins from syngas. Okay, that makes some spare aromatics, whatever. But, like, we don't have heaps and heaps of spare aromatics, I don't think. Like, we're using them for a bunch of things at this point. We're not just burning them anymore, but... We'll find out if this build can be kept up with or not. But there is already enough that it should be scheduling trains. And then it's going to go to this station. Okay, good. Which is Surmet, and that's what we need it for. And hopefully that will unblock all of circuits, because circuits have been blocked on Surmet for a while. And Surmet has been blocked on lubricant. Up here, how are we doing? We're blocked on antimony oxide. That's a scary thing. Why are we blocked on antimony oxide? Antimony? We're out of the Dow froth. We're out of ethylene glycol. We're out of chloroethanol. That gets made right here. Oh, it's silver. No, that's ethylene chlorohydrin. Oh, that's chloroethanol. Yeah, we're out of silver. We're out of silver. Oh, destination stop full. We also don't have enough depots. That's gonna be a problem. Can I find one of these that I can safely copy and paste the whole thing? Yes, I can. Not there. All right, so it does have to be like here. Which is fine, it's not like we're using it anyway. Let's go get that station made. What's this saying? Unexpectedly returned to the depot. Yeah, that's because we're out of depots. I'm not sure exactly what the failure scenario is there, but somehow the way stations get ordered or the way CyberSyn adds its stations to the schedules, we end up in this situation where it will trains that couldn't get to the depot because there was no available depot will like get scheduled to go somewhere else, but then still go to the depot first, and then CyberSyn gets mad about it. Excuse me? All right, I ran out of undergrounds, but that's not a big deal. Might also run out of... I just accidentally did the wrong thing. There it is. I'm gonna have to figure out what's up with the signaling through here. Because I'm sure that that is all screwed up right now. I should probably put signals on the list of things that the bots are allowed to make in this area. I don't know if signals are a thing that needs to be... Yeah, rail signals, chain signals. And those should get assigned out here somewhere. Although right now the system's like, hey, you, oh no, I don't need those. Don't make those. Stop. Yeah, trains are being dispatched to this depot, which is not great because we don't have the stations yet for the train stops. I guess I can also put on the allow list. We don't have the station yet for the... We're not delivering fuel to this yet because these stations haven't been dropped off for the fuel and the fuel in and ash out. So it's going to be second before this works. And let me also just grab some circuits and some plates, and we're gonna do we're gonna make a bunch of signals ourselves because we're gonna need them. What do I need for stations? More steel, more iron. All right, how's our signaling look through here? That one needs to be a short one. Oh, am I out of... All right, so we should now have at least a request for coal, right? Yeah. And we do still need a bunch more chain signals and a bunch more train stops. And all of that is iron plate. I don't know how, like, over subscribed our depot system actually is, so we're just adding a whole bunch. Yeah, we're obviously missing a bunch of asphalt, but I don't see any missing signals anymore, which is good. Oh. I don't think that's a worthwhile signal to have. That's worthwhile to have. That's a normal signal there, because we have 2 full lengths. Chain through there to there. I actually think I want to get rid of this one and this one. Yeah, those are chain in. Oh, there's another signal underneath here. That can also go. Okay. Then on this side, things come through here. Get rid of that signal. Get rid of that signal. And then here, chain in, chain. Yeah, these are chained through because that's kind of a funky intersection. All right. I mean, I guess it would maybe make sense to do like chain. Or actually, that could be chain regular, couldn't it? A regular one here, because we have space here for a whole train. So it's just the trains coming through here that need to be on chain signals. All right, I think I have this signaled right. We'll see. And now we should have some... I don't know why that one's dark. Why is this one train in particular colored black and all the other ones are red? All right, but we do have coal being delivered here now, finally, so that should let all of these trains, because all these trains at this depot are going to wait until they're fueled. So that's why I started getting nervous when I saw the that trains were already starting to come here. Because I want to make sure that they don't stick around too long. But we do have fuel coming in now, so I think we're good. Oh, actually, before we go back into that region, let's go back over here. One more thing. Since we have an ash output here, I can just go ahead and do that. Now, if we come back in range here, the bots should clean out my trash slots a little bit. And while the bots are cleaning out my trash slots, let's take a look at what's going on here. The lubricant factory seems okay. We're not keeping up with its aromatics demand. That does not surprise me at all. Do we have Surmet running? We do have Surmet running. Running at a pretty good clip, actually. Actually, looking at how fast that's going, I suspect we've already gotten a delivery to one of the other stations that uses it. Yeah, we got microchips going again. And diodes. Excellent. Well, yeah, because they share, of course. Transistors, I think, are just full. Are we full on transistors? Yes, we are very full on transistors because microchips and diodes have been blocked on Surmet, so transistors kind of got all the silicon. MOSFETs are maybe also saturated? Wow, okay. Cool. And that should mean that over here, like, everything here also that uses MOSFETs has MOSFETs. Which might just be like electronics. Yeah, we're blocked on medium power resistors here, because of course we are. And on red chips, regular gearboxes, brakes are running. All right, Mech Parts 2 is not in terrible shape. What about electric engine units? How are those doing? Those are doing okay. Which must mean that we got a delivery of shafts before we ran out of antimony. Speaking of which, I mean, the silver plate factory is running. It's just slow. So this is maybe something we want to think about as one of our next technology targets for upgrades is lead 3 or whatever it is to get silver. Because that, I think, is what's blocking our ethylene glycol production. Is silver plate. Yep. Let's double check. If we do item filter for silver plate, we shouldn't see that much. Yeah, we have this one for... glass fiber. And then I think this one is the ethylene glycol. And then the last one is fetal serum. So it is just the 3 stations. I don't think I disconnected the logic here. Although it's possible that this has just stopped working entirely. Oh, no, though. There's some iron plates. So, like, every once in a while, we should be getting silver plates out of this system. Because I believe I changed this to always do silver. But we're not making any soot. This whole system is stopped. Well, here's your problem. I don't actually care about this. This just reinforces my decision to shut down the old base. Because this is not useful. We obviously don't need the steam that this could produce, although maybe we do. Like, for all I know, this system down here is struggling. Seems fine. Seems like it's running. Seems like it's producing the coke that it needs to keep the various things that depend on it going. Yep. That's, that is gonna take a while to fully finish tearing down the old storage and getting it migrated to the new mall. We are getting there. And a lot of this stuff that's in, like, stone and logs that weren't getting used in the old system will actually get used in this system. So that's good. Because they'll end up in these chests, although... stone is full. And this only requests up to a quarter of this chest. So that's how much space we were wasting on stone in the old system. I don't really know what to do about that. Because the bots are going to start putting it up here. And I really don't want them to. I guess... We can do something like that. For things like biomass and fiber that are coming out of the old base that were like on all the fuel belts, I'm not sure what to do with those yet. We may have to just throw down a station that can be like a miscellaneous provider and then just cycle it between requesting various items, just so the bots will migrate it over. You know what? Instead of doing a second... Can I do this with a buffer chest? I know I thought about this in the past and I decided I couldn't, but I actually think I was wrong. Because if I make this a buffer chest, and I set its request to stone 6K, now, yes, the stone that overflows is overflowing up into general storage, and that's bad. But anything that is not will end up, yeah, that's fine. So I should actually be able to do the same thing here, right? If we make this a buffer chest, and we say we want circuits at, what, 200 times 60, and same thing with small parts. And then the bots should bring anything that's in storage for those things out of this storage down to here, fill up to half the chest, and I could say trash unrequested, so if there's excess, if it ends up with too much of small parts or simple circuit boards, it'll get sent back into storage, and that way rails can't back up. Should do the same with those, but I need a logi here. Buffer deposit. Let's just get a stack of those in my inventory. Same thing here, right? We want log 6K. No. 12K, because this one's a whole chest. And it's going to be like, yeah, there's no room for that, but that's okay. And then same here. Buffer warehouse. Air core inductors, which stack to 100, so 6K of those. Yeah, and there's some in storage that'll get pulled down here. I think that should do what I want. I'm not sure why I thought I couldn't use buffer chests here. I may have just confused myself, or I may have been trying to use them in a different way. And then some of these stations are going to need deposits. Battery at battery stack to 100. And stone brick. And intermetallics. And glass. And niobium plate. And how many slots does this actually have? 160, and we're using up to, what? 150. So it actually should be like 3,200. And that will let it, and then again, trash unrequested. So if we end up with extras, they go back to storage. And that should let us use the full full capability of this warehouse. Let's do another one here. Same thing. Gearbox, 32 stacks. Control panels, 32 stacks. Utility boxes at 32 stacks. Shafts at 32 stacks. And brakes at 32 stacks. All right, yeah, and there is random stuff in storage that's being brought down to here. Cool. That should help storage stay a little bit cleaner and a little bit more organized. I'm not sure what we can do about the truly atrocious amounts of stone that we're bringing into the system right now, other than to hope that we are able to use it up. I mean, if we look at the stone furnaces, yeah, I should put boilers on the list because I think boilers get used in various. Maybe boilers aren't worth. Well, are any of these used in lots of things? No. So yeah, maybe boilers don't need to be done, other than the fact that, like, it's really easy to hook up stone furnaces and pipes and just do it. That is a reason to do them, for sure. And then automated burner mining drills, burners, advanced foundries, tar processing units. Burner mining drills are used in a few things. Yeah, in fluid mining drills. And I said I wanted to put fluid mining drills on the system down here, which means we definitely want to put burner mining drills in first. Wood processing units, yeah, soil extractors. Oh, and we already do have burner mining drills. So, do we have everything we need here to do fluid mining drills? Yeah, let's get fluid mining drills going. Fluid mining drills, which stack to 10, sure. Fluid mining drills and fluid mining drills. So what are our inputs? Pipes, we need steam engines and burner mining drills. And then pipes, air core inductors, small parts, and steel. Okay. So, pipes first. And we need a lot of those. And also a lot of small parts. All right. All right, there's pipes and small parts. Air core inductors and steel. Air core inductors are way down here. Oh, actually, we're already bringing them up here. Cool. Done. I think we want 2 of those. And then steel, we actually don't have on here. All right, let me get steel going up top. Right through here. Steel is, I think, just 1. Red inserter is fine. And then we need steam engines and these guys. All right. All right, steel on the way. This will also end up using a bunch of, well, a little bit of stone, which is part of why I did it just now. But and this looks like it's limited by steel, but the inserters are basically all ratioed. So if I put another one on for steel, it would start being limited by something else instead. So we're calling it sufficiently fast. Uh-oh. What? Oh, no. That's fine. I saw this misalignment and I was deeply concerned, but these guys are on the power grid, not on the logi grid. So they're offset. That's fine. Everything is fine. There's no need to panic. So that's good. That should... Well, that's just another common dependency done, right? Once we get red belts, I do want to get red belts going on the on the new mall on the main bus portion. And then looking through here, you know, what else is here that we aren't making yet, and is any of this stuff worth putting on the main bus portion? And I think some of it is. I think soil extractors are used in a lot of things, so we want those available. Possibly engine units and pumps. Definitely red and blue inserters. Those need to be on my to-do list. For now, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to let Twitch go ahead and run its ad. And when we come back from that, maybe I'll do red and blue inserters while we're waiting for logistics 2 and get those up and running for myself. That would be a nice thing to have. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for waiting through the break. So yeah, I think we want to start working on like red inserters, blue inserters, orange inserters, maybe get a build for green inserters, although that's all stuff that's going to have to come in from other awkward places. Starting with fast inserters, do we have 2 recipes for these? We do. Oh, and we get the new one soon. Shoot. Okay. Maybe we want... Maybe we want to wait until we get this recipe then. Yeah, bulk inserter 2 is quite a bit further down, so I'm not going to worry that much about that one. And then stack inserters are where? I don't even know where those ended up in. All right, but we just have the one recipe for those. But those need fast inserters. Okay. So yeah, I think we are just going to want to get... Just going to want to wait until we have the new recipe then. I guess I could pull it ahead of Logi 2. I'm not sure if that's actually worth it. How is science doing, by the way? It's doing all right. It's running at full tilt because this is not a chem science research. I'm impressed that Pi Science 1 has, like, kept running. Oh, we have lots backed up. All right. Yeah, we didn't have research running for quite a while we've been working on the new mall, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that we have a bunch of science packs backed up. Speaking of, how's this doing? It's very slow. It's a slow process for the bots to get everything emptied out here. Because, like, every one of these requester chests is full of... Yeah. So, what can I do in the interim is really the question. Obviously, there is a little bit of... What else? Here, let's look at what I'm requesting in my inventory right now. Why aren't these happening? These aren't happening. These aren't happening because we don't have circuits. We should always have circuits. Yeah, there's plenty of circuits. But for some reason, the bots are not bringing them. Am I wrong about how buffer chests work? Configured to request, blah, 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 blah. Bring the specified items from provider chests or storage chests. Similar to passive provider chests, any items contained in a buffer chest are made available to construction robots. Logistic request from the player. Oh, request from buffer chest has to be... Aha! There's our problem. That'll do it. I didn't realize that that was a checkbox. Many things that I have never really dealt with the more advanced Factorio features because I've never done big bases until Pi. All right, now this should have all the circuits it wants on the way. Yes. Although really, I can just cancel my request here. These ones being storage chests is still fine. I don't think these have to be buffer chests. I think if I made them buffer chests, then anything that ends up in these storage chests would get brought down to these. Like if these overfilled fully and the overflow ended up in this storage, if I made them buffer chests, the bots would proactively move it. I don't know if I care about that. You know, in a case like this, where this got accidentally very overfilled, it's like, yeah, might be nice to any copper wire that ended up here. There's a little bit. To get proactively moved in the same way that these bots are currently proactively moving stone to top up this buffer chest as stone is pulled on the belt. So nice to see that working. There was something else that I thought, what about electric mining drills? Do I need those? Are they used in... Oh, they're used in a ton of stuff. Okay. So yes, let's get electric mining drills. Simple circuit boards, small parts, iron plates. And what do these stack to? These stack to 50. So that's fine. Mining drill and mining drill. Small parts and circuits. All right. Cool. And that is electric mining drills available for the system now. Let me grab, not that one. Where's a place that I can get a clean copy of? There we go. Oh, nope, not totally clean. One there. One there. One there. One there. And then it gets weird because it's up where we're off grid here, so. And I think one more here. I try to keep my corners kind of no more than one Roboport deep so the bots don't go too far out of the network, potentially, if they're cutting corners. And the bots do like to cut corners. All right. What about power poles? Medium electric poles are used in a couple of things, but not in super large quantities. But, like, we do go through them. So maybe medium electric poles are one of the things that I want to have in a buffer chest. Maybe that is what we do there. And then you know, maybe that's not what I want to do. Two copper, one chromium, and 4 aluminum. All right, that's not that bad to get hooked up. I'm surprised we don't already have copper cable, like, coming up here, but whatever. Oh, and we are, like, burning through small parts. That's cool. Oh, there we go. We just got a delivery. Okay. How is the small parts factory doing? I would have expected it to be... yeah, fine. That should really have a higher train limit, though, because its throughput is significant. What's the train limit here? Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I could push copper cable up here, and what's the other thing we need? Chromium and aluminum. We're already, I think, making aluminium plate. Yes. Chromium, I think, is not a thing that we make from molten. At least not currently. Yeah, there will eventually be molten chromium, but for now, it's coming in from rails. So bring in chromium to this station, I guess. And we are also going to need aluminium and copper cable. Okay. Copper cable. Come right up here. Because, yeah, it'll go right under steel. And then aluminum. Comes through here. Now we're getting, like, tangled up in other stuff, so we're going to have to be careful routing the Routing the chromium. And I know that, like, all of these undergrounds are facing the wrong way. All right, there's aluminum, and that will be chromium whenever we get a delivery from Rails. There we go. It's en route. Copper cable. Why no copper? There we go. Medium electric poles stacked to 50, so 3K is correct. All right. And it needs most aluminum and then copper and then, okay. Aluminum, and then copper. And then chromium is this one. That needs to go... something like that. We just got the tech for red belts, so I think I'm going to make them my next goal to get going here. I do want red belts to be on the sort of bus portion. I think that is worthwhile. I'm impressed at how quickly we are burning through small parts, though. Hopefully that won't be a problem, like, long-term, and it's just a problem because we're in the process of dropping down, like, all these machines and restocking all of these buffers full of stuff, right? So it's, It is a process. But yeah, this buffer's nearly full. This buffer's not actually all that full yet. We'll get there. So... Logistics 2. We need transport belts, advanced small parts, stainless steel, iron niobium alloy, and lubricant. Okay. I think... Do I make molten stainless available? I must. Maybe I don't. Yes, there we go. Molten stainless. So we want to get molten stainless over here because it's always better to bring molten in when we can. And then we'll bring stainless up. We'll bring... We need to bring in advanced small parts. We need to bring in iron niobium alloy. All right. Those are just, I think, normal train requests. And then lubricant, of course. The other option is this, which doesn't use lubricant, but does use a bunch of rubber instead. 5 rubber for 15 versus 10 lubricant for 2. It's also a little bit less, a lot of bit less stainless. And like half the advanced small parts. Actually, no, it's more stainless. 20 to 15 versus 2 to 2. So it's more stainless plus rubber for half the advanced small parts and no lubricant. But advanced small parts also have stainless. Ugh. What does Yafsi think? Which one does Yafsi think is the cheaper recipe? Okay, it says this one, no question, which makes me think that... Is it the rubber? Is it the... Oh, but that's cost per recipe. Not cost per item. So 215, so that's like 107 versus a little under 100. Okay. Whatever 131 divided by 15 is. My calculator says 87. Okay. Yeah, 87. So it is a slightly cheaper recipe. But I'm worried about rubber overall, like, in the base. We don't make that much of it. I say we don't make that much of it. We have plenty. All right. maybe we bring in rubber then, and we make a bunch of belts. We are also gonna need rubber belts for other things, right? We're gonna need them for red and blue inserters. We're gonna need them for engine units. That's a different engine unit recipe, but like, it's probably a better one. We could even be using it for normal transport belts, but I think that is a less obvious trade-off. Iron is pretty cheap. Yeah, fast loaders always need belts anyway. They need a bunch of stuff, actually. Oh, but we're not going to be doing fast loaders. Sorry, I was looking at the loader picture and thinking underground belt. Yeah, undergrounds we don't get to get away with a rubber recipe for. And probably same with... do fast splitters not use... Whoops. They don't use red belts. Interesting. Iron niobium alloy, stainless, complex circuits. Yeah, all right. This isn't so bad either. So yeah, I think we do rubber for the red belts, and then we try to be careful with our overall rubber usage so we don't go overboard. Fluid drop off here. Oh no! I fat fingered and hit cut instead of copy. Did I just void a bunch of... Oh yeah, I just voided a bunch of... What a waste. What a waste. All right, I'm out of landfill apparently, so that's something I didn't really think about, was getting landfill populated in the new mall. We're gonna have to figure that out. For now, I think I can go to the old one. The bots should also refill me on, like, train tracks and some other stuff that we're not really making in quantity yet at the new place. Too far north. Here we go. There are a lot more trains moving around, probably because we have science. Between science running and the mall... Ooh. Disable my personal roboport when I'm in here. That's important. You can see all the Logi robots from weird corners of the logistics network are getting pulled this way to collect items for me because I emptied out all the ones that were in this area the last time I was here and brought them to the new setup. can't believe I just voided all those metals. That was so stupid. Okay, we're back. I think we're back. Apologies for that. OBS just crashed hard on me. Well, by OBS crashed hard, I mean the killer decided to take out OBS. Which is incredible. OBS is only using like half a gig sitting steady state right now. So there must have actually been something going wrong with it. Either a GPU memory leak or not sure. But we're back. Factorio didn't get killed while it was in the middle of its autosave, so I'm thankful for that at least. The bots are just starting to arrive with landfill for me, which was kind of the thing that I needed most. I might just go manually collect landfill. There we go. Some landfill. Everything else, how are we doing? We're going to get blue inserters being built soon. We're going to get red inserters being built soon. So I think we're pretty much good. Unfortunately, there is a non-zero chance that this means that the VOD is going to be corrupted. So hopefully I will be able to just merge the MKV files and it'll just work. But that is not always the case when the sessions are not ended cleanly. Oh, my roboport's off. Right. Oh, actually, I need to set these all to something that they're never going to have, like just normal water. There we go. And then actually the first one, stainless steel. So, I mean, same as all the other ones, right? Stainless. Oh, this needs other inputs. All right, that's fine, I guess. We'll have to figure it out. So yeah, I gotta get aramid fiber up into this machine. That's gonna be fun. Oh, the train limit on this needs to be set a lot higher. Otherwise, it is going to take forever for this to restock everything. All right, stainless is on its way. But that's going to need aramid before it actually turns on. In the meantime, I should get rubber belts going because we're going to need those anyway. Let me find another place where I can set up a couple more requester belts, which I guess is like another station here. All right, and one of these belts is going to be rubber. Rubber is going to come right up one to here. Yeah, we're running out of places to be snaking belts through in this part of the map, so we're gonna have to start thinking about how else to get belts up here. But that will be what I need for on the correct. Wow. Are we just out of trains? Trains are busy, apparently. Oh no. Why is this guy just sitting around? There he goes. Yeah, we are out of trains. I don't know why some of them are saying not enough with enough cargo capacity and some are saying not a train in the correct network. They should all be saying cargo capacity. Yeah, now they all say cargo capacity. Yeah, okay. So this is a problem with my clover leaves, which I knew was a problem. I need to add just like a couple more rail segments to these. Because what happens is when trains back up, they wait until the train is all the way out. These are all one rail segment. Each of the kind of lobes of the clover leaf. So splitting them into even just like 3 segments would probably go a long way towards fixing some of our throughput issues with the clover leaves. But like, let's be honest, clover leaves are just a bad design anyway. So I should replace the clover leaves. I've been trying not to use them as much in the newer parts of the base. Like, this is just all old. This is all early. You know, I've mostly taken to doing this, right? Where we have adjacent T intersections instead of a single 4-way. Because, yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. Yeah. Yep. I think splitting some of these segments would help a lot. Well, maybe not a lot, at least a little bit. Let's do it. It's kind of a long walk over to that part of the base, but it needs to get done. So, do I have signals? Yes. How's this doing? Plenty of coal. Ash output, sure.
Space!
Jay Drifter, thank you so much for the 6 months. You are... That's dangerously close to being one of my earliest subscribers. I don't know which number you are. You're like number 2 or 3, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the Prime subs. I'm glad you're enjoying it. How do I... Really, there's no reason for this not to just be an elbow. And I think what I just need to do is I need to do something like that and like that temporarily. And the trains will route around a different way. A worse way, but that's fine. And once the trains clear out of here, I'm going to delete this whole thing, and I'm just going to make this a normal corner. Because there's no reason for this not to be. And I know that I don't want to reconnect this as a clover leaf ever. Oof. That lag. I may have accidentally just forced some train repathing to happen. All right, and then we grab a corner here. Drop it in place. Fix the segments that I pulled out. And that should help here. This one, though, is still just straight up a 4-way intersection, and there's not a lot I can do about that. So here, I think, is where we just try to add more signals so that the trains will have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. I forgot. You can't flip. So I could do the same down here. And then to get the other ones in the same place, I have to do it manually. Which is slightly annoying. Doesn't really matter where they go, I guess. There we go. It's not symmetrical. All right. But what this should allow now is, yeah, for trains to start going around the cloverleaf when the one in front of them is also going around the cloverleaf. Should help keep things moving a little more smoothly. The other place we can maybe add a signal to this is... Can I split this down the middle in each of these? Yes, I sure can. All right. That should also help a little bit with trains going through the diagonals. So it's not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect because it's a cloverleaf. And I've said this many times, but it is true in the real world, and it is true in Factorio. Cloverleafs are a terrible intersection. They just are. But it should be, like, better. Yeah. I mean, we've pretty well cleared out the backlog, at least. There's another 4-way down here. But this one is not as busy as the one up there. At least so far. Huh? Ooh. What is going on down? Excuse me. I think I have some weirdly messed up... Yeah, look at that. That's not right. Let's We're on the other side. The other side's fine. The other side is signaled reasonably. Those ones look fine. This one, I think, is the same as the other one that I just did. So let's just copy and paste one that looks sane. And just drop it in. Too close to existing rail signal? What? These should be identical. Well, they're not. Look at that signal down there. That's different. So, yeah, I think some of this is just older, and... Did I have incomplete or incorrect signals in my... Yeah, I must have. Look at that. I must have had incomplete or incorrect signals in my blueprint book at some point. And it looks like I did fix some of the signaling. I actually don't want that one. I fixed some of the signaling, but not all of the signaling. All right. That should help, because we won't have trains coming through here, treating this all as one big block anymore. Our lack of trains for everything is hilarious, and also not a surprise, given that the base is on like full power right now. Between populating the new mall and getting like all of its demands met, the fact that I just voided I don't even know how many metals. Those are mostly caught back up. Molten stainless. Do we have stainless going? Oh no, because we still need aramid. I need to bring aramids into the mall for stainless casting. But like everything is pretty sad right now. I don't like this any train on the correct network error. It makes me nervous that I have something wrong somewhere in my base. I haven't seen that before. But every depot is AV, and every train should be assigned to depot. So... Oh, is this one depot set to... That's funny. Are they set like that in every single one of my depots? Do I have one set to a different color than all the others everywhere? Yes. And in this one? Yes. Does that go all the way back to the original? No. Interesting. Don't know when I did that. But that explains why every once in a while one of my trains becomes black. All right. All the errors have switched from correct network to cargo capacity. Well, no, they're going back and forth. I wonder if cargo capacity happens when it wants a fluid train, but a solid train is available, and correct network happens when there's no trains at all. Maybe this is the first time that I've ever been completely out of both solid and fluid delivery trains. That would be interesting. But I guess that probably means that things are working that weren't working before, right? Yes, like we've got medium power resistors. We don't have red chips running. But yeah, I think this means that we've unclogged some of our clogs, and we're just seeing a bunch of like pent up demand around the base finally being satisfied, and the number of trains we have just can't keep up. All right, it is been another hour. Twitch wants me to run an ad. I'm going to let Twitch run that ad. I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Stretch your legs, hydrate. Hydrate. And when we come back, I'm not sure what we're doing. I guess I need to keep working on... I wanted to get rubber belts on here in preparation for red conveyor belts, red transfer belts, and fast inserters. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out through the break. Okay, let's get back to the new mall and keep working on whatever it is we need to be working on. Yeah, this is all moving much more smoothly now. This intersection is still a little bit congested. Like, I see the trains slow down a little bit through parts of it. But they are much better able to keep moving quickly now. Yeah, okay. I mean, here's not a problem anymore at all, because now that's just a corner. All right, that looks good. Are there any other, like, bottleneck spots? While I'm thinking about the rails. This one shouldn't be much of an issue. This is upsetting to me that this is getting pulled from, because that should get shut down sooner than later. And that means that we're having issues with our other ways of making Coke. We can definitely just scale up Red Hot Coke if we need to. Or do more tar processing, which also makes a lot of Coke as a byproduct. Especially if we're, I don't know what our situation with having enough aromatics for lubricant is. That's a different situation entirely. It's running. But yeah, we are running out of aromatics, so we will definitely want to and then I assume the same thing over here. No, that's coal to tar processing. This is also running, same thing. Yeah, this has enough aromatics to do a delivery of something, but yeah, we are like out of Coke, which is wild. Well, we'll have to figure that out. That is a problem for future Brennan. There have been a lot of problems for future Brennan recently, but well, one thing at a time is kind of how I'm feeling right now, and we definitely have had. I can't really fix any other bottlenecks or issues in the base until we get the new mall like fully operational. So this is, for better or for worse, the priority is getting all of this running. Oh, no. All right, so this is going to be rubber. It'll bring in a lot of rubber because we're going to buffer a bunch of it on these belts. And then that comes all the way over here. Yes. To where we're going to want to be making... rubber belts, which stack to 100. All right. So that's 6K rubber belts. And then here... yeah, just 1 a second to make 2 a second rubber belts. I think that's pretty much it. You know, obviously it's going to take a minute for this to get... There it is. I was going to say for this to get a train assigned, because we're always out of trains, but apparently that one... Pardon me. Apparently that one wasn't so bad. And... once we have rubber belts... Yeah, along with advanced small parts and stainless. So let's also bring in advanced small parts. And they will also come into here. Boy, putting these on a long belt feels kind of awful, but when I think about how many advanced small parts were buffered in... when I think about how many advanced small parts were buffered in absolutely ridiculous, or would have ended up buffered in all of the buffer chests at the old mall, like every one of these requester chests. We don't have that many of them with advanced small parts in them yet, but like, it's going to be thousands anyway, so it's really not that bad to, or at least that's how I'm justifying it to myself. All right, and this is the last belt that I can really squeeze through here. So that'll be advanced small parts pulling through all the way to the end here. We've also got already rubber belts. Fast transport belts. Okay. No, different recipe. Do the petroleum handling recipe. There we go. So, out of here, into there, and then Advanced small parts, regular belts we have to route all the way over from here. And then we need the stainless and the advanced small parts. All right. Advanced small parts are going to be this. And of course, we're going to have to... figure out some routing issues. That's the best we're getting. That'll be advanced small parts. And stainless, we've got the casting machine for. But we do still need to... All right. Red belts, in theory. Obviously, we are still quite a ways away from actually reducing them. Okay, we've got the rubber coming in. That's good. And then... what else? We need these guys to be coming out. So we really just need the advanced small parts and the stainless. Dump this stuff out of my inventory. Jump that Logibot out of my inventory. Clean out some rail signals. So, advanced small parts, we're still waiting on a delivery for, I think, as well as rubber. Oh, nope, there we go. Advanced small parts are going to be on their way soon. Why are we not running? Tin plate. Of course it's tin plate. Why wouldn't it be tin plate? Yeah, I mean, tin is still a problem. I mean, we're going to be 2/3 of the way to tin 3 here. So, biofilm, tin processing 3. After, so maybe we need to do tin before silicon. And then we push forward to silicon. We have a trickle of stainless coming in here. And, oh, we need to get rayon feeding into stainless. So let's get that figured out and routed. That's another solid drop-off. And it is the same as this. And I think we're out of Logi coverage here. We are. I love it when it just barely works. But just barely is still working, so... All right, that gets us bare minimum coverage for this station. So the bots should be able to make... Oh, look at that. Now, here, we're going to be bringing in rayon. Is that what I said? Is it rayon? No, it's not rayon. It's the other thing. Aramid. And I guess we go kind of up here and over this way. Of course. All right, we'll put small parts under here. And then we can get several belts through here. This one... we just want to bring all the way over... We probably don't need this to be a stacked belt, do we? That is a lot of aramid. Let's not. Let's do that on normal. Sure, that should be right. So that'll get aramid fiber over to stainless steel production, which ought to be the last thing needed to turn on red belts. Yes, it is. Cool. And then that feeds. We have fast undergrounds, fast splitters. Doesn't really matter which one we do first. Splitters. All right. And yes, we are bringing in red belts. No, there's no red belts in this. Okay. In that case, maybe we do undergrounds first. Yeah. And we will bring out underground belts as well. So we've got underground belts, we've got red belts. Really? Did I not get a milestone for that? For my first red belt? It's so disappointing. I thought I'd get a milestone for that. Okay. Focus, Brandon. We need chromium, advanced small parts, stainless steel, iron niobium alloy, and lubricant. One of these, I think, is chromium. Yes. All right. So we want chromium. Like here. And then, I mean, I guess stainless could go next. Or advanced small parts. Doesn't really matter. Let's do advanced small parts next. Advanced small parts, and then stainless and iron niobium alloy. All right, stainless. Come up here. And then the iron niobium alloy is last. And we need to request that because we're not making that on site. Oh, there is a molten version of it, but we don't have it yet. So we might move that to molten metals once we get this alloy smelting stage 3 tech. We can always refactor, but for now we're gonna have to bring it in. I guess that means it comes in here. Iron niobium alloy. Yeah, we can just kind of go all the way across here, can't we? Let's just copy and paste this all the way to, like, this point. And that will be iron niobium alloy. Cool. Which will come out right here. All right, so we're waiting for the iron niobium alloy, and we're waiting for the aramids so that stainless turns on. And then the last thing we need is lubricant, which is a fluid. So we're just going to request it and then figure out how to route the pipes. Yeah. Cool. Yep, that's going to go there then. Actually, I want to do this one a little bit differently. So we're still going to come over like here and to like here. Then I'm actually going to go up with it. The reason for that is I want to get it up closer to where we're doing like our whole bus situation. Because I can run fluids in between the other parts of the bus, right? Like, yes, we do need that space for whoops. For like splitting things out, but there's so much gap in here. We can absolutely just run fluids through here, and it's not a problem. You know, if we have to adjust the positioning of a pipe by 1 or 2 squares. I'm not worried about it. So that'll be lubricant. So it really is, I think, just waiting for the trains to get to this station. We have one on the way. Aramid fiber is not on the way. I'm worried we don't have it. We have plenty. Okay. We just need a train to actually get dispatched for it. Fine. Let's keep going. And let's get splitters going. Also just realized that this is wrong. $6K is the target, right? Yeah, and then these ones should all be set to 3K. 3K, okay. So I need to bring over yellow splitters, which is fine. I need to bring over chromium. Advanced small parts, stainless. All right, this is a bunch of the same stuff, right? Chromium, advanced small parts, stainless, and iron niobium alloy are all the same. So, like, that's the same. That's the same. That is the same. And these ones are the same. Except it looks like that's not quite going to work. So we'll go over by one, and we will have to route them around. That's fine. All right, chromium, advanced small parts. We got a little bit of stainless. Iron niobium alloy will come on this last belt. And that just leaves complex circuit boards. And complex circuit boards, I really don't want to put on belts. I don't want that much buffered. Shoot. How am I going to get this? I mean, that doesn't have to be where it was, for one thing, right? Can I squeeze this? Yeah, that's fine. And please, bots, just keep a stack of robo ports in my inventory while I'm working on stuff down here. All right, iron niobium alloy on its way out. Which just means we're waiting for the aramids for stainless for this thing to actually turn on. And we do have... No, that's more iron niobium alloy. Interesting. Did I mess up my request for the aramids? I did. Oops. I requested 30 items, not 30 stacks. That would be the problem. All right, once we get stainless going, this thing is just going to start spitting out these guys. I think I'm actually going to... We're gonna cut the number of these that we buffer down from our sort of standard amount. Just because they're expensive. And the advanced circuits in here especially, like... What's this ratio? So 2 circuits into 1 splitter. All right. So if I take requester chest in here, and let's grab a arithmetic combinator. We'll read the contents. We will take the number of splitters. No, we will take the number of splitters we want, which is 1,500. We will subtract from that the number of splitters we have. And then it's 2 to 1. It's 2 to 1. So another arithmetic combinator. And we will output that as A. And here we will take A. We will multiply that by 2. We will output that as advanced circuits. complex circuits, excuse me. And then this will set requests. All right. And that way, this will only request as many red chips as it needs to fill up its buffer of these guys. It's slower to do it that way. It's better to let them keep more of a buffer around, but whatever. Oops. Bots gave up. All right, so that's those. The next thing that was on my list for the mall was we just unlocked Fast Inserter 2, which we need to decide if we want to use this recipe or if we want to use the other recipe for fast inserters. This is expensive. This is a lot easier. We need to add vitrolloy to our everything, but that's not so bad. Long-handed inserters, similarly expensive. Oh, I'm not sure. I might need to stop and think about my options and my choices there for when we want to get... Oh, there we go. We have aramids. Excellent. We also have lots of the iron niobium alloy starting to accumulate on our belts. So only like 1 or 2 more deliveries of that before that saturates, which is good. And yeah, aramids are making their way to stainless. Excellent, 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 excellent. And that should turn all of these on. Oh, this needs also regular splitters as its input. Let me hook that up before I completely forget. There we go. Is this also just like off by 1? Yes. Stainless casting is not as fast as some of the other metals, but it will it'll catch up and buffer. This is a lot of stainless that we're making here, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, that's gonna be a consistent supply of red belts. They are not cheap. We do not make a lot of stainless to sustain this build. It uses a lot of rubber. This uses lubricant, advanced small parts. This is not a cheap build, and we are not going to switch over to using red belts in very many places initially. But we do have the option to when we need that extra throughput. Yeah, and all the red belts immediately get sent over to make undergrounds initially. And then complex circuits, I don't think we're currently requesting. Maybe we are. But that's going to be another... I guess another one of these. Set up in the same way. The buffer chest for 32 stacks for each one, with the rails set to bring in up to 30. So that there's a little breathing room for the bots to top things up. So this brings in complex circuits at up to 30 stacks. This will request complex circuits at to 32 stacks. Anywhere we request complex circuits needs to have the request from buffer chests enabled. And, I mean, that's it, right? There's nothing else to do here. How is the disassembly of the old base going? We are, yep. That's a lot of crap. Oh, so this is what every one of these train loads is going to be like, right? I could try to make this smarter about like what it brings when, and try to make sure that we're always getting full stacks of things, but it's whatever the bots take apart and shove into the train, and then the train brings it over here. How are we doing on inductors? We are just straight out of inductors. Okay. We can easily add 2 or 3 more of these guys. At least as far as, you know, this is concerned. We'd have to also, I think, increase this, and I'm not sure by how much. That's probably worth doing. Let's see. Each of these makes 1 a second. Each of these uses 0.4, so that's 0.8 a second there. And 0.8 a second here. Oh, so that's only 1.6 that we're using. So we have 0.4 to spare. So I can just drop 1 more of these in. But if I want... anymore, I'll have to add another machine making ceramic. That's 3, that's 6. Sorry. 1.5, 3, 3.75. Oh, out of 4. Yeah, so let's get a third one of these machines. And that's 3 more of these as well. And then, is that more steam? Probably more steam. 50, 100, 200. We've got 120, so I need 2 more steam boilers. We're going to need 2 electric boilers. We're going to need 3 more of these guys, electronics factories. 1 more high pressure furnace and 3 more clay pits. All right. Okay. And now is the part where we have to figure out what the bots need to be able to make. Looks like electronics factories and electric boilers and, well, all of it. Electronics factory, boiler, high pressure furnace. And then probably we will find that these also need other things, or maybe not. All right. I think the bots are going to be able to make all of this stuff for me now. Yeah. Yeah. Only thing that's missing is air core inductors. And we need those here. We're not going to get them because there are not... I will hand feed those for now. Okay, we got everything. We will want to... I mean, the reason we're doing this is because the air core inductors build is not keeping up. So, obviously, we will want to not have to hand feed that in the future, but I think it's going to be relatively fine. It also does seem like rail demand has largely stabilized, which is also good. I was worried about that for a while, but we seem okay. So all the way down here, And I think, yeah, 3 of those go down. Did I not request 2 of those? Oops. I thought I requested 2 of those. And another one of these guys, which is gonna... Okay, so 3 of those makes 3 a second. We've got 0.8, 1.6, 2.0. So yeah, we can do 2 more of these. And 5 of these will pull 20 a second copper, and this can make up to 22.6 a second. All right. So that's a cool 2.5 times faster than it was. These guys probably will not keep up. Yeah, we need this last. What do I actually need for an electric boiler? No, I'm not going to find the random stuff that I need to make that floating around, am I? Circuits, steel, copper plates, iron. Well, maybe. Iron plates, copper plates. More iron plates, steel, and circuits. Okay. I think we can make this happen. Circuits are right down here. Now I just need steel. All right, apparently the closest place steel exists is... Oh, this isn't sorted by distance. Yes, it is sorted by distance. No, it's not. 1.1 kilometers. Yeah, it's that one. And that one is... Yeah. Not that much closer than going back up to the mall area, but closer enough. There we go. Now this should be able to keep up. Although it does look like... Oh, I didn't actually put the output in. Oops. I was gonna say, it doesn't look like we're using all of it at all, but that's because 3, 6, 2, 4, 6. So we're making 3 a second. 0.8 plus 2 is 2.8. All right. That should be able to run a little more. Let's drop in everything that'll actually fit in there. All right, I think it's back up to the mall area. I need to get it hooked up to this corner via rails somehow. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that yet. If I want to get thousands of landfill and just fill in straight down here and hook it up, or if we want to maybe see if we go around, maybe I should do that. Let's do a little bit of exploring real quick and just see what the shape of the edge of this lake actually is. Because I suspect it's huge. Ugh, it keeps having these like false attempts at closing and then flips open again. All right. So it's not awful. This is the actual like corner of it. Although there's more lake over here. So we could run over here down this way. There's a lot of ore rocks over here, which is going to make running rails a major pain. But yeah, over here, down here, and then hook up to this part of the world with a bunch of space in here that we can use to build more stations and stuff. I don't hate it. Or, again, thousands of landfill and just drive right through. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it a day here for now. It's been a 5-hour stream and I'm getting hungry for my dinner. So we're going to wrap up here. Thanks very much everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube, hopefully this episode goes up on YouTube and the VOD's not corrupted. But if you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I stream Pi every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all on Thursday.